Hello, can you guys hear me? Just want to check the stream's actually working properly before I go too far ahead. Get rid of the double stream of me listening to my stream in the background. Instead can put on some Stardew Valley music, which I really hope does not get me copyright striked. Is that level of music good, or is that too quiet or too loud? Let me join my own stream to see what the volume's like. See, it's hard to know whether my voice should be louder or whether the music should be lower. Try that with the music. Yeah, that seems too low now. Really hard with the tiny scrubber on YouTube to get a good volume. Okay, we're going with that. And we're hoping for the best. Okay, so I'll quickly go through the mods that I have, just so everyone's aware. So recipe browser, pure informational, boss checklist is the same. Then Calamity mod and Calamity mod music, even though music is disabled so that I can add my own in the edit, still needs to, it's required as a dependency now. So light and shadows and better blending, both just for visual stuff, I guess. Census is also just informational, atmospheric torches just visual. This is required by magic storage. Can I shimmer this is informational, and then magic storage. So none of the quality of life mods that go way beyond quality of life and end up making the game pretty much a boss simulator. Yeah, so I've seen other low percent runs where, because of the amount of quality of life mods, you can actually get much more than you would normally be able to get at that time in progression. Okay, so create a world then. I don't know if I've ever actually created a character legitimately, or if I've always just randomized until I find one I like. We'll go with that one. And favorite, so it's easy to see. Medium, I will put random. I will go with expert revengeance rather than like master death or anything, because screw that, that's way too difficult for me. At least currently. Maybe I'll build up to it at one point. The first boss is going to be the Wall of Flesh, obviously. I think in the past you would have had to do Skeletron as well, but because of some recent additions with the Idol on tablet, you won't need to do that anymore. Master Death did indeed get hyper buffed in the last update. That was one of the main things that update added, was like custom attacks for Death and Master, and it made Master an actual difficulty mode rather than just a stat boost, which is kind of nice. Percent. Okay, let's see what the world's like. Mark the center. It's weird because at the start this is actually going to be somewhat like a normal playthrough. Like I'm going to be able to just kill wool from enemies to get some nice weapons and armor. I'm not going to have to worry about using a specific subclass of weapons. It's just going to be nice. Yeah, there will be the 50% of people saying just do it in Infernum. But I've never actually played Infernum. I really need to try it at some point. I've got plans to do Infernum, but not necessarily with any kind of challenge in and of itself, just Infernum. It would be nice. I should have... I need to change Revengeance. I also need to open the starter bag. Yeah, I'm getting ahead of myself. I need to actually get some of this stuff sorted. Be able to make some torches so we can actually go into caves. Or I could just die. That's also a possibility. Something that I need to keep an eye out for while I'm exploring is boulder traps, because they're going to allow me to skip Skeletron for wires, as I can now use Shimmer to decraft the activated stone into wire. I mean, there's a trap there, but it's not exactly the trap I wanted. The main goal of this stream is just to get started. I don't think I'll actually get into any bosses this stream. I mean, there's potential. It's not impossible, but unlikely, I would say. Okay, so we've got cactus. Hopefully enough. Oh, this tiny desert. This may be the smallest desert I've ever seen. Interesting. There's more of it. And there's also a Snidrion, which is almost definitely gonna kill me. I'll be very surprised if I can actually take this down. Although it's seem potentially maybe possible. Yeah, surprised that worked. This pyramid will make a nice start to the run. Amber hook will do. It's not the best item I could have got, but I'll take it. Yes, I will make this a video as well. Okay, there's not much here, really. I don't want to go too deep. First, needs to get some cactus armor, which is pretty much my first thing in any playthrough. To head home though, because I don't trust myself to not die to those vultures. Are you allowed the boss list? Ooh, I don't know. That might be a secret. I'll maybe give them one at a time. So like I'll say that the first one for sure is the wall of flesh. That's not a good idea. Okay, I think housing is probably a good idea. Yeah, wall of flesh first. So the plan is to get some hellstone from getting the Reaver Shark, which Calamity changes so that it actually goes back to give a boost to the mining power. So now you can mine hellstone once again, which is nice, because I never really understood why Terraria changed that. Once again, basic prison housing. As it should always be, to be honest. Why would my NPCs deserve any more? There's going to be surprisingly few NPCs in this run actually, because a lot of them are behind bosses, which I won't be able to kill. Goldenrod from Angler, yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, SCal means Supreme Calamitas. I think I'm 5 cactus short of the leggings, which is slightly annoying, but I can deal with it. Yeah, if any of you have tips for initial weapons, that'd also be nice. I mean, all the Wolfram stuff is pretty decent, I guess, at this stage. Just something that gives me enough to start going underground and getting some better items. Not quite sure how I ended up with a number of walls that isn't a multiple of 4. Because usually, I guess, yeah, it's usually 30 for one of these houses, so if I add another house, you know, just to make the NPCs really unhappy. I'll be able to use anything. I'm not restricting this to one class. I think that would be too painful, to be honest. Plus, it's nice to actually not be restricted to one class. It's been a while. Well, I guess the skyblock that I'm doing at the moment, I'm not restricted to one class. The rogue weapon from Imps. Yes, the Ashen Stalactite, I believe it's called. That's a pretty good weapon. What's this craziest thing that naturally generated in one of your worlds? I haven't really had anything too crazy generate, to be honest. I tend to not play with mods that like change world generation, because I find a lot of them kind of mess with progression. And since a lot of the runs I do are like challenge runs, I don't want to add anything that's potentially going to make that challenge easier. You know, why improve my life in any way? Okay, so has that allowed them to move in? Nope. Let's start a potion chest. I'll keep the health potions. I'm going to move to magic storage hopefully very quickly, so it's kind of just temporary. Weapons chest. Okay, I think it's about time to go down to the mines. That's to be expected. Start descending. Because just like Minecraft, the safest place on the first night is in a cave somewhere. I need to actually be aware of the fact that I had a lot of money and I probably want to go store that money. Yeah, let's chuck this in a chest. It might actually be worth collecting the copper at this point. The sentries from the Tavern Keep could be quite useful. They would be, but I won't be able to get the Tavern Keep in this because the Eater of Worlds or Brain of Cthulhu is not one of the bosses on my list, unfortunately. Neither is the Eye of Cthulhu or Skeletron, so anything from the Dryad we also won't be able to get. I mean, we're going to be very restricted on the items that we have available, to be honest. Like, there's not going to be much. At least we're going to be able to get Hellstone early from the Reaver Shark. It's the saving grace. The dungeon will be completely locked here, yeah. I will not be getting anything from the dungeon. I will give you a hint. I'm going to hopefully be able to defeat both Supreme Calamitas and the Exomechs in 9 bosses. So you can talk amongst yourself about which those 9 are. I'm hoping that the wiki didn't lie about anything, because otherwise it could be more. Or maybe I just have made a mistake at some point with my research. Yeah, so Supreme Calamitas will be in 8 bosses, and then the 9th one will be Exomechs. Technically Exomechs is possible in 7 bosses, but you need to kill an extra boss for both Supreme Calamitas and the Exomechs. Forgetting that I have a hook already. I'm just remembering that. I was about to start like bridging over, but there's no need to do that when I have a hook. Nice, lovely 1 piece of iron there. Calamitas clone is the extra one, yeah. You need to kill the clone for the Ashes of Calamity. Oh, you think you know the order? Well, you can put it in and I will tell you if you're right or wrong. Yeah, I might actually collect copper for the extra 2 flat damage. Because with some of these early game weapons, 2 flat damage is actually quite a sizable boost. Especially if you get something that's really fast, like the mini shark. I might be getting Terra Spark boots before the Wall of Flesh. I mean, I've decided that events are fair game. This is just about as few bosses as possible. If there's like as few bosses or events or mini bosses as possible, then this would be a lot more painful. I can't see any reason why I shouldn't be able to get Terra Spark boots before Wall of Flesh, I'll say. Other than just the fact that it's a lot of grind. But I'm probably going to need to do a lot of fishing anyway, so... block Pinky in a box if possible, so that I don't have to. You come over here. There we go. The squirrel could just fit in the box with it. There we go. You're not supposed to be able to do that. Bosses that certainly have to be included: Wall of Flesh, Calamitous Clone, Lunatic Cultist, Moonlord, Devourer of Gods, and Yaren. Yep, that is true for this run. Technically, there's a way you can defeat Supreme Calamitous without defeating Calamitous, but it actually requires more bosses, because it would require you to kill the Profane Guardians, Providence, and Ravager to get the Cores of Calamity, which you can then uncraft using Shimmer to get the whatchamacallits, you know, the Ashes of Calamity. Golem is not necessary, technically. I mean, in vanilla, yeah, Golem would be very necessary, but Calamity adds a way to do it without killing Golem. This kind of started out with me researching the minimum for Calamity Skyblock, and then in trying to figure that out, I also realised the minimum amount of bosses you would need to kill, and figured it would be an interesting stream. Be nice if I could get some glow sticks or something so that you guys can see what's going on here. I imagine it's quite dark. Okay, I don't want to release that water. Ooh, a coin portal. Oh, Demolitionist. Interesting. Is that another Pinky? Wow. So you're thinking Wall of Flesh, Clone, Cultist, Moonlord, Devourer of Gods, Yaren, SCal, Exos. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So there's one extra boss that's required in addition to those, I will say. As far as I can tell, that boss is necessary. How much will I have to grind? Probably quite a fair bit, because the options for weapons are going to be pretty limited. Oh, Traveling Merchant, that might be a good thing to save my money for, so... DPS meter is good. Lifeform Analyzer is also very good. I could get the katana. I don't know if it's necessary though. What does it get used for in Calamity? The Omni Blade, which is possible to make. Sure, I can't afford the katana, never mind. But if I get this gold, I can in fact afford the katana. And then if I get a piggy bank, I don't have to worry about losing my money as much. Thank you, Llama Cannon, that's very kind of you to say. And Victor, you might be onto something there, is all I'm going to say. Does pink gel get turned into anything useful? I mean, technically, I could get this if I find meteorite bars in the lower sections of the underworld, or the caverns, but I don't know how likely that is. But this is possible. It would usually be post Eater of Worlds or Brain of Cthulhu, but it's technically possible. Oh, I'm gonna go and get another bit of cactus. And maybe continue looking to the left, or the right should I say. See what else is out there. Might actually be a good idea to set up a housing here so that we can get pylons. Especially here actually, because then I can get the conch that will allow me to go to the ocean without having to travel there. Go Sky Island and Planetoids. I probably will once I get a gravitation potion. Oh, I was hoping I'd get there just in time to turn that into an energized one. Do you know the unlimited potion exploit from Shimmer? I thought that Relogic had expected that exploit and then made it so that Shimmering Potions only receives like 67% of the resources made, well, the resources used in making them. Wolfram stuff is pretty good in early game. Yeah, I'm gonna see what I can make from it once I get home. But first, I think housing here is a good idea. And then once I get the arms dealer and the nurse, I should be able to get a pylon. So, Frana Banana, you're saying that the exploit works. That's interesting, because I never expected it to. Okay, there's not much over here. Right. Obviously got to make it out of palm wood because we're in the desert. And it's obviously got to be floating on top of the little pool of water. That's just a rule. I also might just do some prison housing here. I really can't be bothered making anything more. So if I do 3 houses, I'll need 3 chairs. I may as well do 4 houses, yeah, because then I get the right amount of housing. The right amount of walls, should I say. One too many. It'd be nice if the squirrel stopped annoying these vultures. If this will become a historic moment, just know you're there. Yes, I see you. You were here. And I need some workbenches. And I'll also make some doors. Palm wood doors though. How high is that? Is that too high? Perfect. I mean, so far this hasn't been the most exciting stream, considering it's been like a base building stream so far. And the base isn't particularly nice to look at, so... What's the live viewer count record? I don't know actually, I've never really looked into it. Just gonna get through the platforms, yep. And it's gonna kill me. 152 health. You should check the top of the dungeon, so with luck you could get the Mirror Master Cobalt Shield without beating Skeletron. I don't think that's possible. You can ask any Calamity boss one question. Which one is it and what do you ask? That's an interesting question, and I don't really know what the answer is. Calamity specifically? Oh, I'll kill this before I get to it. Don't want it spitting sand at me. You actually died to this thing. Yeah. I mean, the Snidrions aren't anything to joke about. They're, you know, reasonably strong for their the game, considering I have 2 defense and no accessories. Oh, that's right, I was going to have a look at what I could make out of Wolfram. Let's replace this with wood. course, I somehow misclicked that. Get some light in here. Can't you break dungeon walls with hard mode hammer or stuff? I don't think you get I don't think you get dungeon walls to drop as items. I think it's impossible to actually get unsafe dungeon walls. Although maybe with Shimmer. But then, I mean, I would still just die to Skeletron. Or should I say the Dungeon Guardian. Oh, there's a demon eye there, and I didn't see it. Have you got any quality of life mods? I mean, I've got magic storage if you count that, but that's kind of it. Everything else is just kind of visual. Yeah, you're right with that Sans comic. My concern is that I would then just die to the Dungeon Guardian. And then use pots to get keys. I don't know if keys would help much though. Or do you mean break the dungeon walls so that enemies don't spawn? That could work, I guess. I don't want to get into any like cheesy strategies with mob caps though. Yeah, no, or excavator. It's too easy for me. Oh, I'm ready to die to this Snidrion again. This down here can actually hit me, which is nice. It'd be nice to get the Amethyst Spark from this actually. It's a decent enough accessory for the early game. Nope, no such luck. Okay, let's see what I can craft. Am I able to make a furnace? I can. And then iron is enough for an anvil, which is nice. Which allows me to make some wolfram stuff. Okay. So I don't quite have enough for the wolfram armor set, but I can make cactus armor now, which at least gives me some level of defense against enemies. I guess Wolfram Controller is a good idea. And then down the mines once again. Should try like an anime playthrough with the JoJo mod Dragon Ball Z. I'm not particularly a fan of anime. I've never really watched anime, to be honest, so I would be a bit out of my depth with that. The absolute minimum seems to be 2 bosses, Wall of Flesh and Calamitas clone. Not... No, yeah, Supreme Calamitas, that's yeah. For Calamitas, yeah, that would be the minimum. You just have to kill Wall of Flesh and then Calamitas clone. I think for Yaren the minimum is 5. For Draydon the minimum is 7, and then for Calamitas it's 8. But for Draydon and Calamitas, which is what I'm aiming for in this playthrough, it's going to be 9 overall, which is still less than 10. I don't think anything less than 10 has been done before. Ooh, Cloud in a bottle, very nice. Does Dungeon Guardian only spawn in unsafe wall underground? I believe so. I think he checks for the wall. But he might check for the actual dungeon biome, which is a lot more strict. I mean, that's the issue with a lot of Skybox, is that the restrictions for dungeons are huge. There's like the first quote-unquote biome that was added by Terraria, and they went overboard with the actual requirements. You need to have like 250 dungeon blocks, be standing on dungeon bricks, be behind dungeon or in front of dungeon walls. Like, yeah. I will say that a mech is not needed, Tyler. I mean, I feel like with all the hints I've given, you could piece it together now. I've maybe given a few too many hints. Ah, finally some glow sticks. Yeah, so sounds comic. You need a few more bosses than that. The restrictions for Calamitas, Supreme Calamitas, are actually surprisingly high. Compared to other bosses, anyway. Like I say, with Yaren, it's literally 5 bosses, which is crazy low, considering he's like the third final boss of the game. Yeah, Devourer of Gods is required for the Cosmic Anvil. That's why we need him. What I can do now is throw a glow stick down so we can see. You don't think DOG is needed. You need the Cosmic Anvil to craft the Altar of the Accursed to spawn Supreme Calamitas. So unless there's another way to get the Cosmic Anvil, God, I need to get magic storage as soon as possible. Too many items and not enough storage to just chuck everything in. Try beating journey mode Supreme Calamitas with copper stuff only. That sounds painful to the point that it's impossible, to be honest. Is this a diamond tree? If so, that's... yeah, that's a diamond tree. That's quite big, actually. Because I'll need diamonds for Supreme Calamity, for the... ah, my god, I can't talk and play at the same time. This is why I record videos and write scripts for them. Yeah, I'll need it for the storage mod, magic storage. It's a bit of a risk, but... okay, I'm gonna head home because I've got enough. Wait, I wonder if you just kill 3 of the pillars and then use the fragments to make the other ones required for the sigil. Then technically you didn't beat the pillars. I don't consider the pillars to be a boss, so I'm not worried about killing the pillars as being like one of the bosses. Chuck my blocks in here. Quarry bits in here. And I'll see if I can actually kill some more wolfram enemies. Yeah, events are fair game. We'll get a pet sugar glider. Okay, so we've got Crimson. Interesting. And it seems some of the trees didn't generate properly. Really don't want to be here. Probably gonna die very soon. Yeah, let's head back. Yeah, what question would I ask to a Calamity boss? I guess maybe, well, Yarm isn't a boss yet, but if he's on the table, I'd probably ask who hurt him, because he seems to be pretty angry for some reason. Time to get some worms for fishing. While hopefully getting some wolfram enemies to spawn. Spawn and, more importantly, die. Is it possible to make the voice volume a bit louder? I can try. I don't know if it's possible within OBS itself. Okay, yeah, I can add a decibel. I don't know if that does much. Let me know if that's better or if that's way too high. Imagine Minecraft makes Terraria. Well, you don't need to imagine it because someone coded it in. I can't remember. There's a video on YouTube just like a few days ago though of someone coding the mace in. It's a really good video, and I wish I remembered the name. But yeah, try searching like I added Minecraft weapons to Terraria, because it's something like that. Yeah, I would like to learn modding at some point myself, and I think that starting off by just like replicating some Minecraft stuff in Terraria would be a good way to learn. Plus probably a good way to get views, to be honest. Which I unfortunately have to think about when I make a video. Okay, I need to not get distracted by the underground. Here we go from. And you know, if I get far enough, potentially even the angler. Is it the Wolfram controller that has the thing where it can heal you if you right click? Yeah. Give you increased regen and defense. It's pretty cool. Yeah, I reckon a summoner melee hybrid could be a good path for this playthrough. Use 6 wool from scrap to make a metal detector that reveals ores in chests and other stuff. Never used that, that's a good idea. I tried it on my summoner playthrough. It's kind of useless, to be honest. You lose most of your DPS for some defense and barely any healing. Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on how many you've got, because it says that it gives +1... Is it plus half? Yeah, plus half a hit point per second life regen, and 3 defense per droid. So I mean, if you've got like 5 or 6 droids, which you probably wouldn't have at this point in progression, but you know, hypothetically. Did I ever use Wolfram Lure? Yeah, I used it in my Daggers Only playthrough because I somehow could get the Wolfram, not the Wolfram Barrier, the other accessory that drops, the one that gives you a shield every now and then. Yeah, I couldn't get that to drop, and it was like really late game. I ended up spending like an entire day trying to farm it. miscellaneous crafting items there, and then I need to figure out what I can do with the wolfram again. Now that I have more of it. I think I've got enough for the full set of armor, maybe? I mean, the slime staff as well could be quite good. So what I need, 5, 12, so 17, and 25. Okay, I could get the wolfram armor then. But I don't know if it's going to be better to go multi-class for armor. Because I think it's only one extra bit of extra summon slot you get. Okay, so there's the treasure pinger, prosthesis. Interesting. A lot of these I've never used before. I'll try the treasure pinger. Wherever that went. There we go. Oh, that's a gold bunny. Come here and be sold for profit. Oh, interesting. So does this reveal like life crystals as well? Okay, someone's just tried to phone me, so I'm going to have to take a quick break. I'll be back in a minute. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. If you want to be a summoner, Wolfram is your best choice for a while. Yeah, I've not necessarily. I mean, depends on your weapon, because I mean, as I can see here, copper armor in Calamity is actually quite good depending on the weapon you've got. If you've got a weapon that does like 8 damage, then copper armor essentially gives you a 25% damage boost, because it just gives an extra 2 flat damage. So I think for like the Belladonna Spirit Staff, what's the base damage for that? Let me have a quick look. Belladonna Spirit Staff. Ah, 22. I thought it was much lower for some reason, because it's a really fast hitting, or maybe they reworked it and it's not as fast as I thought it was. But yeah, I guess there's also the Flink's fur coat, which you can then use with other leggings or a headpiece. This isn't my elevator, I don't know why I thought it was. Ah yeah, I just made the Wolfram Pinger. Interesting. See, I can't tell what any of these ores are is the issue. I mean, is that a life crystal there? Because there's only like 4 blocks that are highlighted. Would I recommend obsidian or bee armor? I mean, if you're using whips, obsidian armor is better for sure. Oh, that's a pot. Not very good then. Maybe the Wolfram Pinger isn't ideal for this. Definitely B. I wouldn't say so. I think that honestly, I think the obsidian armor is better at this point. I mean, it gives you a massive boost to your minion damage. Sure, it's got, I think, what, 1 or 2 less minions, but overall, I mean, it's just better. The whip speed buff and the whip length buff just is huge. When so much of your damage comes from whips in 1.4, I think that you're at a real disadvantage if you don't use obsidian armor. Ah, my first life crystal. Did I lose my yeah. Nice. I need to start actually placing this rope because I keep going down it thinking it's there and it's not. I'm assuming you're a mage. At the moment I'm kind of all classes, just depending on where I'm at. I mean, the katana's really good for close up. The amethyst staff's probably my best option for range. And then I've got the Wolfram controller and Squirtle Squire staff for like things that I don't want to hit, I guess. That I don't want to get hit by, should I say. Okay, so I've run out of rope. Interesting. Could buy more, but nah. Let's actually just drain this water. Okay, so we've got gold ore, which isn't as good as platinum ore, I'd say, especially since in this playthrough I probably want to go high defense instead of high armor. High defense instead of high damage. There's two of them there. Yes, the only boss I'll be fighting in pre-hard mode is the Wall of Flesh. Which means I'm going to need some pretty good armor. And said armor is going to be Hellstone. Because in Calamity you can get Hellstone armor pre-boss. Let's see what's in this mushroom biome. Usually something good. Get some jelly here. Nope, no jellies. Breathing reed. What a useless accessory. Ah, 4% stealth regeneration is better than nothing. Do I have the hard mode rework on? Yes. I know that in other attempted low percent runs, people have left that off, which to me feels a little cheaty, because you're basically saying, yeah, this way of playing the game that the developers have decided doesn't suit me, so I'm just going to change it and then not have to consider how it actually impacts the run. Is there a chest for that? This chest. just going to buy some rope. I know that I'll probably end up with a bunch, but... So yeah, the hard mode rework does make it more interesting, I would say, because you then have to consider how you're getting the hard mode anvils, how you're getting the hard mode forge. I'm a fan of the hard mode rework. Yes, I really like it, to be honest. I think that it should be in vanilla. Not exactly as it is. Maybe instead of it being like after each mechanical boss, it could be that after defeating Queen Slime you get Orichalcum and Mithril, and then, I mean, I don't know what boss would give you Titanium and Adamantite, but I feel like something that feels more, I don't know, appropriate for those those ores. Because I mean, Mithril and Orichalcum feel kind of Hallowy, so having the Queen Slime make them spawn doesn't feel so out of place. It does feel a little random that the mechs cause them to spawn in Calamity, I will say. You can't just make it obsolete by fishing. They've changed it so that you don't get any of the hard mode ores until you've defeated the correct amount of bosses. So you won't get Mithril on Orichalcum until you've defeated at least one of the mech bosses. You won't get Titanium on Orichalcum until you defeat 2 of them. So they did think of that. Which I think makes it a little more interesting as well. And more difficult, because we're not actually going to be able to get the hard mode anvil the time you would normally get it. There's a couple bosses we're going to have to defeat before that would usually be defeated way after you would have a hard mode anvil. Name every accessory that gives increased mining range. I have no idea. Oh, the toad set. Hell yeah. My favourite. Narrowly made out of that one. 3 life crystals, brilliant. As long as I can survive this, it's going to be quite a fruitful cave. And a mana jelly. Wow. Zoologist. Also eating my fruit and veg. I'll see you later, Sans Comic. And Tyler. Thank you for joining. How do I summon Yarn Premium Lord? I mean, I'm not gonna summon Yarn Premium Lord in this, but you can do it by defeating the Dragon Folly, which gives you the effulgent feather you need to summon him. god, this is a lot of life crystals in this cave. Wow. $240 health from that. And there could be more below this as well. It's possible to get into the dungeon pre-skills run. It could be possible, but I don't want to cheese things in this run. Like, I'm not a fan of cheesing things in general. I mean, the Hellstone you could consider cheesing because I'm getting that pre-boss, but that's a change made by Calamity specifically to allow you to get Hellstone pre-boss, so it feels a bit more allowable in my mind. This might be like the quickest I'm going to get through life, as long as the next few don't take like 3 hours to get. This is not normally how it goes. I'll go to grab the swords, yeah, probably. It's going to take 3 hours for me to get the last 6 life crystals or whatever I need. 7? Yeah, 7. Okay, I'm going down this way. Let's see if there's anything nearby. Ah, a giant shell. Nice. Oh, that's got the mace. I guess that's potentially useful. Let's get some of these gems for storage. 'Cause that's the real thing I need actually at the moment, is the storage. How long do I usually stream for? I mean, I haven't streamed for so long, but today it's probably going to be for another maybe 2 hours, I'd say. I think that's around 4 hours overall. And I'm hoping to stream more often now, so that it'll be like most Saturdays, maybe. I don't think I have any mining potions, which is a bit upsetting. Sapphire is good. Sapphire is needed for the system. I think they changed the amounts you need for the storage system actually, so I might be able to get it a bit sooner than I thought. Another life crystal, which is quite nice. Ah, and a boulder trap. That is necessary for these lovely active stone blocks. actually a really good way of getting light. I didn't realise that. Favourite Calamity related song? Probably gonna have to say Corrosion. And I don't know why. I really like Corrosion. So found the Sulphur Sea, not the Sulphur Sea, the Abyss, not the Abyss either. What am I saying? Found the whatchamacallit, the Sunken Sea. That's what you call it. Which I guess is not very useful in this playthrough, considering I'm not going to be defeating the Desert Scourge. And therefore won't be able to access pretty much anything inside it. Ooh. Oh, I think since I've triggered that, I then... Oh no, I can get them. Now, are these going to work the same way that others work when it comes to the shimmer? That's the question. We'll see. I think there's some silver here, which I might have. Where was the silver? Ah, I should use my my pinger. There we go. Is Calamity okay solo? Never tried it because I hate everything. Anything bullet hell in general. I quite like Calamity solo. I feel like it's definitely less buggy than multiplayer. I find that multiplayer Calamity usually has some problems of its own that you don't find in the solo version. I am not answering that question, and you know what question I'm talking about. Mining pants. Oh, I can't actually put those in my... okay, flaming arrows can be deleted. It's just sapphire here. Okay. I think I've got enough sapphire. I need more iron. I probably should have mined more iron. Oh yeah, I forget I can craft life crystals with Calamity. Interesting. I'll probably get enough from the islands. Planetoids. You have to go now for a planet. Well, thank you for joining, and we'll see you later. Some bars going. Blood Moon. I am not ready for Blood Moon. Definitely gonna go Coward's Way. Oh, the ghost. I didn't consider the ghost. Okay, so I need a storage terminal, but I also need the normal terminal. What am I missing for that? Chest. Ah. Probably should be more careful with what chest I was using. But I don't really care about what chest I'm using. Gold chests are just as valuable as any other chest to me. Okay, so I need storage heart. 3 diamonds, 2 emeralds. 2 diamonds, 3 emeralds, should I say. Where did that diamond go that I had? Oh, I used it for the storage one. The storage crafting terminal. That's a little annoying. Maybe shouldn't have done that, but oh well. Thanks for stopping by, Sans Comic. I wonder if I could actually get the, it'd be nice to be able to get the, whatchamacallit. If you haven't noticed, I'm not very good at naming things off the top of my head. The shark tooth necklace, that would be nice. Or the portable piggy bank, that would also be good. Bloody tears, so I guess it doesn't matter if we get the necklace tonight. I mean, this is basically the next 5 minutes of the stream probably, which is kind of annoying. Part of me wishes blood moons didn't exist. Especially when you're trying to fish and you want to get through fishing quests and then you just cannot sleep. The fact that you can't sleep through blood moons is really annoying. That's why I always use fireballs, love being able to skip it. Yeah, makes sense for using Fargos for that. I think it just adds so much more that goes a little beyond quality of life in my opinion, so. I mean, it's great in a Fargos playthrough. Like, having Fargos Mutant mod for a Fargos Soul playthrough is huge. Is there any way of me shooting through here, I guess? Without getting hit. Yes, I can. Nice. Maybe we should have thought about that before now. Yeah, I can then let my minions deal with the other side while I deal with this one. Very slowly. Very, very slowly. Hit them with the katana as well. Interesting. The katana might be enough to just do that. Okay, yeah, I could have been facing this properly the whole time. Okay, a somewhat successful first blood moon. Got the money trough, that's good. A few blood orbs, not very many. I'll take the angry shackle over the music box that I had equipped before. Could risk it with the teleportation potion. Could be interesting. Oh, I think I need more diamonds first. Let's see if the trees have grown any. Not going to be enough. 2. How many did I need? I think I needed 3, didn't I? Oh no, 2. 2 is plenty. There we go. Storage heart. So I can now make a little expansion for me. Although, yeah, I'm just going to place this under. Even though I can only get one layer. Should be plenty, just for one layer. Can I deposit all? Is there a deposit all button? I don't think so. Where's the gel? Where's the gel? What I might do now is see if I can break a Crimson Heart, and then I can hopefully get the Arms Dealer to spawn. Because with Arms Dealer and Nurse, I can start making a pylon system, because they just love each other so much that they will give an advantage, well, enough of a boost to their happiness that you can get the pylons. Oh, wow. Wasn't expecting that. Little triple life crystal action. And there's a 4th as well. Wow. Been blessed with life crystals in this run, not gonna lie. I know it'd be much easier to get these from the... Let's use these. So there's the one I can throw into Shimmer. It'd be much easier to get these from the top, but hey. Okay, so we can now get the arm stealer to spawn. Rod. Now I'm going to spawn the rain, but I'm not going to kill it. Mainly just looking for the loot. Is that going to despawn? Yeah. I should make sure I've actually got the robot protection here. I guess I could keep the Undertaker on me actually, that's a decent weapon to have. Keep the Crimson Rod. Got that. I'll buy some sake. Sure. Now let's actually try out those teleportation potions. Interesting. That is the most empty chest I've ever seen in Terraria. Wow. He's got a magic mirror. I saw that, I don't know why I walked straight into it. I wasn't expecting to be in the jungle so soon. Bits on the map, I'm like, okay, so I mean, if you keep going to the right, you might actually be able to find the shimmer, which would be interesting. So what can I make from jungle spores? Blade of grass. I mean, I'm not going to be able to make the zenith, which is kind of annoying because I would need to kill the slime god. Axe of regrowth. Now, I will be able to get bones, I think, by decrafting skeleton prime spawners. So the void vault or void bag is on the cards. Belladonna staff would be good actually. I need 4 vines for that though. 8 stingers, that's quite a lot. Okay. At the moment I mainly just want to get to this chest. Without dying, preferably. I didn't keep any food on me, that was a mistake. Silt. I mean, if I just take this as slow as possible, I could stay quite safe and get a lot of jungle materials. I mean, that's already quite a big thing there, the stuff of regrowth. I will take that. Another stuff, regrowth, within a geyser. I mean, the squirrel staff isn't great, but it's enough for some enemies. I should really be collecting this mahogany actually. Don't need dynamite. Another staff of regrowth, are you kidding me? Let's start putting some stuff in my piggy bank actually. Forgetting that I've got that. Shoe specs is useful. Yeah, let's go with that. This feels dangerous. Can that reach me? Not quite. Okay. I have a feeling it's not far from being able to reach me though. Interesting. Precarious position to be in. So there we go. Yep. And then if this bottom one. Probably should have bought more ammo before I came down here. Would have made a lot of sense. Annoying they don't take damage to lava, because that would have been a really easy way to just kill them. Yeah, I'm surprised by how quickly I managed to get full health. Usually not that quick. I don't think it's ever been that quick actually. It's not like using some Calamity recipe either. Just genuine luck. Piggy bank. Gravitation potions is good to be able to go to the Sky Islands. Annoyingly, that stinger just got destroyed. 8 bullets left, is that enough? Not if I waste one like that. Rally's nice, but I don't know if it'll be better than what I've got at the moment. Precise is better than nothing. Need that stinger. You can tell when I'm concentrating because I stopped talking. Where's the fairy taking me? Ah, a chest. Very nice. Gold bar's not great. Better than silk. Lucky paste, what's that get used for? Beeswax wouldn't be good, bad. I'm not going to be able to get beeswax in any way, I don't think. Yeah, I can't decraft any of these things for it. So yeah, really just the beeswax port bulb isn't going to be useful. This one kills me. That was a useful trip though. It was a very good use out of that potion, teleportation potion. Then make a thorn chakram. Belladonna spirit staff. I might make that, to be honest. It's pretty decent. Lucky horseshoe. Okay. Bass statue. Yeah, there's a few things I can make. Storage unit. I should make that actually before I get too far ahead of myself. So I'm already 4 items away from the max storage. Okay. Armor. I get the moment built from or jungle armor. I could go mage, but I feel like I'm gonna eventually go melee anyway. So yeah, I'm gonna go for the Belladonna spirit staff, and then I might make from armor if I've got enough for all of it, just for the extra minion. I need to kill one more. Is anything gonna spawn? Specifically from armor, enemies, anything? Come on, there's got to be some will from enemies somewhere. Could go yo-yos. Get that in case I want to make the Hand of Creation at some point. But other than that, yeah, nah. And Desert Island, nice. Oh, come on, how? I mean, do Wolfram enemies not spawn when it's raining or something? Oh no, they do, because there's one there. One more scrap. Give me the spawn boost of the jungle. Can't quite believe how long it's taken to get Wolfram. I think it's about to be night. Probably actually collect these sunflowers because I'm not going to be able to get them from the Dryad. So I'm not going to be able to get the Dryad. Annoying that she also doesn't check if the wall of flesh is defeated, because then I would be able to get the Dryad, which would be pretty big. My boss order for the run has been speculated a bit further up in chat, but I don't want to give it entirely away. The first boss for sure is the Wall of Flesh, I'll say that. And the aim is to defeat both the Exomix and Supreme Calamitas, even though the title is just about Supreme Calamitas. I don't think I've ever had this much trouble. There's a Wolfram enemy. Thank God. Better not die within blocks. I did. Okay. Exact amount I need. we go. Okay, so I can double tap down for the power armor. Not bad. Oh, but I need wolfram metal scrap for that. Interesting. It means I can get 2 of these belladonna spirits. Nice. What I really want now is the sulfur sea. But I'm going to take a quick toilet break. I'll be back in a minute. Okay, I am back, and I'm thinking it's time to get to the Sulphur Sea. So yeah, Bone Reaper, you're saying that with Exomix it's 9 bosses. Yeah, that is completely correct. Exomix will be the 9th. But I'm much better at the Supreme Calamitas fight than I am at Exomix, so that's why SCal is going to be the 8th boss. For Summoner, it's better to get the Flinks Fur Coat and Platinum Pants for DPS. Yeah, I think that's probably right. I just haven't found the snow biome yet. Okay, so I'm thinking we will go to the jungle and set up a pylon there, so they can then get much easier travel to this side of the world. And I'm going to hope that this is the side of the world that the Sulphurous Sea is on. I'm also going to hope that I don't die, because that would be great. Yeah, Sulphurous Sea is dungeon side always. Yeah. I don't know which side is actually dungeon side at the moment. Just to figure that out. Guaranteed shadow key in the archives. And then a bone chest, so no golden key needed for that. Oh. I mean, I don't want to break. I don't know. I feel like that's too cheesy almost, you know? Like, I kind of don't want it to be cheaty. I'd rather it was a somewhat genuine attempt at just, like, defeating the Supreme Calamitas and Exomix without any other bosses. Or, well, not without any other bosses, obviously, just without as many bosses as possible. I really thought I would have found the big tree by this point. Must be a big jungle biome. We'll be reading the wiki. Yeah, of course. When am I not? Why wouldn't you read the wiki? Why play the game when you can read the wiki? Dungeon that's always opposite the jungle. That's good to know. I never knew that. I thought I knew that like dungeon and Sulphurous Sea were opposite each other, and I knew that that snow and desert and jungle were always opposite each other, but didn't know that there was a rule for dungeon being opposite the snow biome. Or dungeon on the side of the snow biome at least. You know most of the wiki off by heart now, and you have 6,000 hours in Calamity. That is insane. I'm impressed, and also a little worried. I just recently hit 1,000 hours in... we don't want to be fighting the Eye of Cthulhu, and it's kind of annoying that it's decided to come now. Oh, did we not get a giant jungle tree? I thought that was like an always spawning Calamity. That is not good. I'm just gonna have to... Oh, there's the tree. Okay. Annoyingly, when the Cthulhu is about to spawn, which I cannot kill because it's not a boss that's required. Definitely not going to have time to make housing here, but it's pretty far to the right side of the world. And this does the eye only spawn up in the centre thirds. That would be pretty good. I don't think that's the case, but maybe it is. Yeah, there we go. Is it going to keep coming at me? Yeah. Is it going to despawn? I'll force it to despawn. Yeah, Hellstone on Wall of Flesh. I just need to actually get to... oops, there we go. I need to get to the Sulphur Sea first so that I can get the golden fishing rod. It'll also be nice to get the Rusty Beacon prototype because as much as this is not a Sentries only playthrough, it's still a pretty good weapon. Yeah, I didn't think anyone here would have the... Are you Master of Vengeance or Expert of Vengeance? Just Expert. I didn't fancy taking this on in Master mode, especially with all the changes that Calamity made to Master mode to make it much harder. I figured that Expert was difficult enough. Maybe not for some, but for me. I personally prefer Expert Death, and I'm currently doing it tools only. Wow, that's impressive, I have to say. Would not want to put myself through that. The plan for Wall of Flesh is to get Hellstone armor, and probably Hellstone weapons as well. What kind of Hellstone weapons? I don't really know. But they're all pretty good for the fact that it's going to be pre-boss. So. But I think it should be pretty decently easy, considering I'll have the Hellstone. don't mind me giving my opinion on the setup, going mage with jungle armour and the cauldron for wall of flash chunks. Yeah, that's a good idea. I've never used the cauldron before, that's just a new weapon, right? I think it was just brought out in Bountiful Harvest. So I'll need to do like a DPS test of all the different weapons I can use. But I figure there probably won't be any that are better than the Hellstone stuff. I guess potentially Demon Scythe could be good for the Wall of Flesh, but or the sword you get from the Brimstone Crags. I can't remember the name of it, but it's like a one that throws like a scythe sort of projectile. Cheese? No cheese here. Cheese is not allowed. I'll allow you, cheese guy, because you're like a guy made of cheese, but cheese itself, no. Okay, let's go get some ammo, and then we can start heading to the left to try and get to the Sulphur Sea. It has a fun 60 to 70 damage, pretty slow but splits, and the DPS with pre-boss setup is around 400. Yeah, that's really good for a weapon that's got like no armor for its actual stage. I could buy the mini shark. I don't think there's any way to get Soul of Might though. So there's like no point in buying it to upgrade it. Interesting. Bit flintlock, is there an upgrade to that? No. Yeah, I was kind of expecting that melee would be the best bet because of the Hellstone armor. That's like the only on-tier armor I'd be able to get. But you might be right in that it's better to not necessarily go with Hellstone armor just because it's the highest tier, but go with something that's going to complement the weapon more. Looking forward to using the Cinder Blossom staff for summon. And then it's like a second summon slot, I guess. I could use an imp, which will give a decent boost to my DPS. Also, flash rounds are the best bullets in PR armor by a lot, and they stun enemies really well too and scale well into endgame. Interesting. What do they need to craft? Like, am I able to get those without killing any bosses? Sword Shrine. Let's see what we got here. Easier to get than the Undertaker / musket and faster. Could trigger the Arms Dealer to move in too. Well, I've got the Arms Dealer already, I guess. Flash runes are great with Mini Shark. Okay. I may need to try that out then. Yeah, since I've done a guns playthrough before, I probably don't want to stick to them too much. But mage would be interesting. I mean, I'm not going to stick to one class necessarily in this playthrough, but yeah. Oh, this is going to be the Trinket Chi, that's annoying. Would have much prefer an enchanted sword. I'll take it for the 1 health. Kill that. The Cauldron has a massive minus 80% mana cost in lava or well in hell. That is insane. Wow. I might have to go for that then, because that is a huge cost reduction. I mean, are you intended to use it in hell, or is it like balanced around not being used in hell? Because if it's balanced around not being used in hell and it comes with that anyway, like I basically just don't have to worry about mana at that point, really. Vin is asking what are the bosses. The bosses will be revealed all in due time. All I'll say is the first boss is the Wall of Flesh, and you can see from the thumbnail that the second boss is going to be Calamity, the non-supreme version. It's a weapon I'd consider using for pre-hard mode Aquatic Scourge, and that's not in hell, so it's really big. Yeah, in that case, I'm definitely going to need to have a look at that. Thank you for the recommendation. This actually seems like a nice flat place to make some housing. Some lovely, lovely housing. Ravager is easier than Calclone to do with early hard mode gear. Yeah, I find Calamitous reasonably easy, to be honest, so I don't know if it's just personal preference or... But I struggle with Ravager, but I find Calamitous really easily. Yeah, I think I'll probably do Calamitas second, because I think with the Cobalt Kunai she'll be quite easy. I mean, I think Cobalt Canai is what I actually used against Calamitas in my Daggers Only playthrough, so I won't be at that much of a disadvantage compared to that. Neither is hard, to be honest, but I personally at least do Ravager 3 to 4 times to get enough scoria to get the handpick to mine more scoria. I didn't actually think about using the handpick to mine scoria. I thought about just using Ravager for it. So that's also quite a useful bit of advice. I don't know why I didn't think of that. Seats. And I've got enough to craft some doors as well. There we go. Yeah, I guess getting Ravager down and getting scoria ore and then the what's the name of them? Hydrothermal armor would be quite big. I should be able to get the Brimflame armor from Calamitas though, which I've never used before, but I feel like it could be quite good. Okay, let's move the arms dealer and the nurse in here. And then I will stay close, because it's close enough tonight, I'd say. It's in melee with Palladium Healing to offset the debuff for Calclone, and you have a good amount of melee options like the Storm Saber for good homing single target DPS. Yeah, so far my thoughts were to use the Cobalt Canai, but I've used that before, so I wouldn't mind trying out something different. I just know that like for its slot and progression it's massively powerful. I haven't summoned my little guys. Was that the thing through here? The little igloo? Or did I just imagine that? Acts of Purity for brothers. Yeah, Acts of Purity is a good option as well for the right click ability. I'll see you later, Readings. Thank you for joining. I have entirely just imagined that it's not the thing I thought it was. anything I need to aim for is probably going to make me 10 times worse at the fight. So I don't know, I might try and stick to homing stuff for it. I feel like that's quite a ways off anyway. I mean, I'm only in hard mode and I'm thinking about Calamity. What is she, the second next boss? Okay, since I got some ice torches, let's replace these. For no real reason. But Axe of Fury isn't good for the clone itself since it lacks the range to do constant damage, so Storm Stabber is better. And its homing and really good usability. I've used it for Moonlord too. Moonlord? I mean, that's like a hard mode pre-boss weapon. So that's high praise. That was a bit slow, the fight was pretty easy. Not bad, yeah. I feel like anything with homing kind of does that, I guess. It's like you kind of know that your damage is high enough so you can... Well, I guess with the Moonbots from Moonlord, you've got to think about that. And they've still not moved in. Oh god, that's annoying. I feel like that's going to happen a lot. At least I should be able to get a pylon, so I've kind of like saved my progress. Yeah. What can I use illegal gun parts for? Pump loop cannot get, Flower Storm cannot get. Current Ring cannot get. Butcher, I can get that, but not for a while. In fact, Shotgun, yeah, you buy that. Sandgun I can get. Flamethrower I can't get. Or Mega Shark. Okay, so of all the things I can use the illegal gun parts for, I can make 2 weapons. Brilliant. I might want to use that once I'm in hard mode. I actually want to keep moving from. You can get pumpkin seeds from fishing stuffed fish. I did not know that. Yeah, I've done 4 weapon runs in the past with Summoner, Mage and Melee. I do need to redo them thanks to all the changes in the game in recent years. So do you mean like you pick one weapon from each class and then try and beat the game with it? Because I've thought about doing something like that before. It seems like quite an interesting challenge. I would definitely pick Star Fury for like just pre-hard mode in general. And then I feel like you could probably beat normal Terraria with 2 weapons. Technically you could probably do it with 1 if you wanted to have like a 10-hour long Moonlord fight, but Also anything with ammo. No 4 weapon for an entire run in 1 class. Oh, that's quite difficult, I must say. Right, can I get... Oh. I feel like I didn't think this through enough. I've managed to get to the point where... Oh, and then if I move... Yeah, okay. I'm going to need to figure out how to get these guys here happy enough. I think the real thing I'm going to miss in this playthrough is not having a dash, like a proper dash. I know I've got like the little baby Calamity dash, but... Right, if I put the automaton here, and... Who else was it spawn? I know that the zoologist likes spawn. Alright, time to look at the wiki to see about happiness. Who does the zoologist like? Witch doctor or golfer? That's not ideal. With the painter. I think he likes desert, but he's kind of not getting the option. Dryad and party girl. Dislikes forest. Well, definitely not him then. Who else are my options? The merchant. Princess, golfer, and nurse. Okay, merchant and nurse could work maybe. So move you there, and then over here I will move. Who else is left at spawn? Demolitionist. Okay. Demolitionist there, then go home. Let these guys swap. I need to move the nurse in here first. Thrilling gameplay, I know. There we go, pylon. And then I can go here easily. Perfect. Starfear isn't that good in Calamity. Yeah, I was more meaning in normal Terraria, I guess. There are better pre-boss melee options like Depth Crusher, Blade Crest, Oath Sword, and Old Lord Claymore. Those were the swords I was thinking of earlier. The Blade Crest, Oath Sword, and Old Lord Claymore. They're pretty good pre-boss ones. If you get grenades from the Demolitionist and make glass from sand, you can get flash rounds, which in most cases give an extra 20% DPS to any guns. Interesting. Yeah, I'm currently using the Undertaker out of convenience. I'm probably not going to use guns for like all of pre-hard mode. So yeah, I mean the Undertaker does enough for now. I say that as I'm going to like struggle to take down some snow zombies. Even the katana's doing pretty decent damage actually. Yeah, as long as I can get to the Sulphur Sea and get the Angler, I kind of don't mind about my damage. For the 4 weapon run I did, the first 3 just for gut feelings, but recently did a full DPS test on all mains in the game, Vanilla and Calamity. The test also counts for the amount of slots used. I feel like if you were doing a summoner one, you should also consider sentries, because I mean, well, the Sulphur's Beacon got me through all of pre-hard mode, and the Hive Pod got me through most of hard mode. If you could get a weapon in pre-hard mode that could kill Astromorius, I mean, considering what the boss is like with him being like really slow moving, I feel like that's maybe possible. Then you could go through like all of hard mode with the Hive Pod, I think. Because it was dealing a lot of DPS compared to most other weapons that you can obtain at that point in the game. I am interested to hear what the results of that testing was, though. Okay, so we've got the Sulphur C. And to kill a Trasher, then get a Trasher to kill the Angler. Don't have many platforms, to be honest. I maybe should make platforms out of the acid wood. I could always just nerd pull. That could work. The recipe boss mass minion, something that can be summoned more than once, is Imp Staff with its piercing debuff. Yeah, I figured that would be the case. For the ones that you can summon more than once, is there any better options? Should we kill this Gnasher so that it doesn't kill the Angler if it comes from this Trasher? There we go. Angler achieved. Right, now I want to make sure he can't escape. Okay, so now just need another Trasher to come. And I think they can climb walls, so yeah, that'd be pretty good. Interestingly, for once, I'm not going to need an arena in the Sulphur Sea. I mean, where am I actually going to need arenas? I'm going to need an arena in Hell for the Wall of Flesh. And then I think just a general purpose arena. I don't think any of the other bosses are biome specific, which is interesting. The test was DPS pre-slot used, so minions like Cinder Blossom Staff and Elect tend to do better. Okay, yeah, I figured that might be the case. Now, do Trashers only spawn at night? Because that would be annoying if so. I didn't think they did, but that might be the case. What is the first quest? Jungle. Ugh. You can just get the cactus ball rogue weapon and kill the angler yourself to get the drop, though it's not guaranteed. Yeah, it's guaranteed from the Thrasher though, that's why I'm kind of wanting it to spawn and kill him. Overall, I'd say the Veil Feeder is the best single target minion in pre-hard mode, though the Herring Staff does outperform it if there are more than one target. Yeah, that's the hard thing with minions, is it's really difficult because the AI does come in and like kind of ruins a lot. I don't think Thrashers can go through blocks, but I think they can climb blocks, maybe. I feel like I need to double check if they actually spawn at night or through the day. Spawns specifically in water. Okay. Is that the issue? The angler's just lowering the spawn rates a lot. I thought that only happened once there was 2 NPCs somewhere. I thought like a town had to be a minimum of 2 NPCs. I wonder if it's worth making a house here just for the angler so that I can then go off screen and get a Thrasher to spawn. Yeah, I'm probably gonna do that actually. Doesn't seem big enough. This is maybe big enough. If you would walk over here a little bit, that would be great. Sir, please move so I can place platforms. There we go. Oh, I can make sulfur sand wall, then I don't have to use all of my acid wood. Okay, so I can now come off screen, get one to spawn, and then head back. Do you have NPC spawn rates increased in the Calamity config? I don't know. I don't really mess around with configs too often because it feels like, you know, there's an intended way that the developers want you to play the game, so then messing around with the configs at least too much tends to affect that. What can I do with the arching stingers? Oh, I thought they were a material for something. I guess not. Thrilling gameplay. Will NPCs spawning 10 times faster after a boss kills them off screen seems like a good thing to have on, and doesn't really affect gameplay outside of you waiting for them less. Yeah, I get that. I've got no problem with other people using it. I just figure if it was like intended, it would, well, not intended, like if it was meant to be the base experience, they would have set that to a higher config limit by default. Okay, I guess it's getting a bit ridiculous. Come on. Here we go. Let's just not die and let the angler die instead. Oh, don't tell me it's stuck there. God. Is it really stuck there? There we go. Just need to give a little staircase. There we go. Sacrifice indeed. Okay, so now I can start fishing. Oh, the angler arrived pretty quick. Pole Warper is better than most minions in the game, and is the best mass minion in the game, and you get after DOG with the base DPS of a single minion being over 800. That doesn't feel particularly high for a Devourer of Gods minion. Like, in terms of DPS. Like, I usually expect a single minion to give like 800 DPS in late hard mode, probably. Yeah, 0 bosses just now. Oh, with 0 gear or DPS accessories, I guess. Yeah, that's pretty good. I swear if I end up getting a heart crystal out of this golden crate after all the fishing I've done in Skyblocks to get heart crystals. So currently the plan is to get the Reaver Shark, which I'm pretty sure you can get from the Sulphurous Sea. I don't think you have to do it from the ocean, but yeah. At the moment I'm just getting a lot of planty mush, probably because my fishing power is abysmal. Best minion is at around 2000 DPS since the Shadowspeck Endogenesis. Yeah, that's a pretty powerful one. I take it you're dividing it by, is it 5 slots that uses? So like, you're not counting it as 2000 DPS for all 5 minions. Ooh, alluring bait. Very nice. I'll also use the Abyssal Amulet actually. The debuff's pretty decent. Oh, Christ. Why? I don't want to get Blood Moon enemies. Yeah, I've not even got sonar potions. Okay, I guess I'm blocking myself in here. Well, I didn't actually need to block myself in for the last one. At least I'll be able to get the at least I'll be able to get the shark tooth necklace. That's a small advantage of this. Get high and keep fishing. It's a tempting offer. Problem with fishing during a blood moon is the blood moon enemies that you can fish up, which are pretty powerful. The one thing that I'm really going to miss from the dungeon actually is not having the alchemy table. guess, or the bewitchment table. Because I'm also not going to be able to get the witch doctor to buy them. It feels weird to not be considering like making an arena at spawn, because like I really don't need to. First arena is going to be in hell. Full Warper is almost on par with the Temporal Umbrella for 1 slot DPS. The Umbrella just barely over 900 DPS per slot. Yeah, that's quite interesting. I have ideas for an Infernum playthrough where it's basically going to be a melee / summoner loadout to try and make it as easy as possible, since I'm scared of Infernum. And I feel like that sort of information is going to be really useful during that, to know like what's the DPS per slot, because then I know how many slots I should be getting versus how many melee accessories I should be attempting to get. The main DPS, of course, would be sentries and melee since it's only like the 25% summon decrease now in Calamity, which makes summon weapons quite viable for like their own subclass while you use another class. Don't think the money trough is of any use once you've got one, eh? Give this a torch here so you guys can actually see my character. Fun. I love blood moons. Really looking forward to them in hard mode as well. I mean, by then I'll hopefully have more to do than just fish anyway, so. So, while I kill Blood Moon enemies, how's everyone's day going? Has anything exciting happened? And it doesn't appear like we got a shark tooth necklace, which is a little annoying but kind of expected. I know I could turn that into a thingy-me-bob. A fart in a jar, and then I can turn that into a green horseshoe balloon, which is going to be much better than what I've got at the moment. Oh, I've run out of storage. Interesting. Oh, and I don't think I can make any more. Also for other post-dog minions, worst to best is Corvid Harvesting Staff. Corvid Harbinger Staff at 405 DPS, Cosmic Viper Engine 423, Saris Possession 448, Endohydra 429. But its hit rate on Yaren is really good. Yeah, again, like I assume that you're doing your tests with a target dummy, which makes it difficult to know whether that's like transferable to real actual data. Right, so I need more silver. Can I craft more silver? I can. I can craft one more silver. Okay, I need to mine more silver then. Let's get a mining potion as well. More silver, please. There we go. Yeah, the numbers aren't battle accurate. I can be pretty confident knowing the functionality of all these weapons thanks to my 6,000 hours of Calamity. Yeah, how do you, like, how many playthroughs is that? And have you ever played like other mods, or do you like just play Calamity? Because Mod Loader doesn't give you a breakdown of like the per mod rate, so I'm assuming that you've like only played Calamity. Unless you know that you've only played like a couple hundred hours of something else. I left notes on the minions in the file I made to help out. I've done most other content mods too, though only a playthrough or two, at most like a combined 1k hours and other mod stuff. I mean, yeah, that's a lot of time spent playing Terraria. At the moment I think I'm maybe like 2,000 hours in total across modded and vanilla. So like, I'm getting there, and I mean, in terms of time spent making videos and stuff, it's probably around 6,000 hours, because unfortunately it's not just the gameplay that takes time when it comes to making videos. In fact, it's usually the least amount of time of all the things. Scripting and editing takes quite a while. So what other mods have you played? And what would you say is like your favourite? I'm assuming Calamity is your favourite since you've played it the most, but I could be wrong. Oh, Travelling Merchant. Go check what he has in a minute. I like triple bosses, which took, in terms of playthrough length or amount of hours, I have no idea on the total amount. Total amount of runs, but nowadays a challenge run takes me around 20 hours, not including the really hard stuff. I like triple bosses, which took 55 hours. I mean, that's actually probably my average for playthroughs, so you're not doing too bad, don't worry. Or reverse boss order, which took over 100 hours. So do you mean like you started with Supreme Calamitas? Or like you started with the hardest boss you could at each point, like in pre-hard mode you'd start with Leviathan and Anahita, and then move on to like Aquatic Scourge. Oh, time to get some worms actually, since it's raining. Very nice. No, I did the bosses in reverse order as I reasonably could. Then after each boss, I turn the HP boost in the config up by 100% so my next boss is double HP. I'm still not sure what you mean by that, to be honest. Could just be me being dense though. Pretty good chance that's what it is. Yeah, I'm back, still live. No, I'm not live. No, this is pre-recorded. Just realised I'm not going to get planter boxes, so the planter boxes in the main island, the main planetoid, are going to be pretty useful. How's progress going? It's good. Oh god, I don't want King Slime. yeah, progress is going good so far. I've managed to get to the Sulphur Sea and get the golden fishing rod, which is pretty great, I have to say. Got any stars? Yeah, we've got stars. So now I'm mainly focused on fishing in the ocean to hopefully get reaver shark. But I should really make some housing at the Sulphur Sea so I don't have to keep running back and forth like this and potentially spawning king slime. I could almost definitely take out at the moment, but I also can't take him out because I don't need to take him out. And anything that's not needed in this run is not done. What bait are you going to use? At the moment I'm using enchanted nightcrawlers because it's all I have access to. But yeah, I should also maybe keep an eye on angler quests to see if I can get both better bait and also better fishing gear. Should also buy the guide to critter companionship from the zoologist actually. Let's get some wood to make some housing here then. Ignore the hits, they can't hurt you. Then I do normal HP. What hook am I using? I'm using the topaz hook, I think it is, or amber hook. Amber hook, yeah, which is what I got from the nice. What I got from oh my god, I can never think of stuff off the top of my head. The desert temple. I may actually have some form of dementia, who knows. I would forget if I knew. The pyramid, yeah, that's what I mean. I guess desert temples is the Minecraft equivalent that I'm thinking of. Yeah, what does it take to make a sonar potion again? Because that would be quite useful. Oh, I can get coral from the Trinket Cheese Shrine. Interesting. I may go do that. You've been very helpful this stream, Bone Reaper. Just wanted to let you know. And then if I move the arms dealer and nurse, hopefully the arms dealer doesn't care too much about the angler being there. Oh. Interesting. I might buy the ocean pylon just so I can use it at the other side. Okay, now where was the shrine here? Okay. There are not enough villagers, of course there isn't. Not enough villagers there either. Brilliant. So let's move the nurse back in here. Yeah, I mean, part of me was hoping that I would find a magic conch that I didn't have to do any of the pylon stuff. And then I could have got coral quite easily that way as well. But yeah. I mean, the underground desert isn't too bad in Calamity. So I could still do that, I guess. Oh, it must be a full moon. Lose it on duping due to the... yeah. I don't think the duping works anymore. I thought that the vanilla devs nerfed that. A bit of coral. 2 bit of coral and 3 bit of coral. Thank you for that tip, by the way. Curious how much hours does challenges take? I mean, as an example, my my most recent one, the Centuries Only playthrough, took I think maybe like 60-70 hours overall, but most of that was just killing the Devourer of Gods and Exomex in the end game. And then I'm maybe like 50 or 60 hours into Shimmering Skies, and have yet to beat the Wall of Flesh, so... I suppose I could, if I have to leave the game again to despawn a boss, I can check then exactly how long it takes. When will you stream again? I'm thinking I'll try and stream most Saturdays that I can. Sometimes I'll have other stuff going on. Let's just move the automaton here, this is useless. Okay, and then up here I should be able to drop off all my stuff. Not my stars, I want them. I also want glass. Not much. Inferno takes a lot of time to learn the bosses. You can't play Inferno expecting to play in Strata bosses since they're fundamentally designed very differently from vanilla bosses. Yeah, that's why I'm so intimidated by it, to be honest. I haven't even tried it yet. Alright, I want sonar potions. Okay. And I'm also going to be right back. Okay, I'm back. So yeah, I think a good aim for this stream is to get the Reaver Shark, because it's getting to about the time that I'm probably going to have to go and make some food, so I think I've got just enough time to hopefully get the Reaver Shark before then. Didn't mean to jump off there. Let's get a little hut going. Oh. Well, there goes the plan for Justin. Oh my god, you couldn't make it up. Yeah. In fact, before I do this, I should go buy some. Oh, I need to defeat the threat before I buy more ammo. But the ammo's probably what's going to get me through the threat, so. You could ignore the goblins till you finish the away. I kind of want to get the goblins down anyway, because the goblin tinker will be pretty big in this. Like, I've got no problem with killing them sooner than I'd expected to. You know what weapon you're using for the Wall of Flesh yet? I don't know exactly, but Bone Reaper has given the very good suggestion of using the Cauldron, so I might use that. Oh my god, that's a lot of... Okay. It's a lot of Goblin Sorcerers. It's maybe harder than I'd expected. And I may not be able to just AFK it like I would usually want to. It's still fine actually. Katana's doing good enough damage. Just the Goblin Archers being annoying once again. Surprise, surprise. Plasma staff could be useful. Plasma rod, should I say? Well, I don't have the mana for it, apparently. Okay, it'll take a couple of deaths, but I'll probably get through this easy enough. Fun fact, there are two weapons in pre-art that inflict Shadow Flame. Plasma Bolt and Shadow Lance, Dark Lance. Yeah. I mean, Shadow Flame isn't a particularly useful debuff, so I'm not obsessed with getting it. It's not bad, but I mean, debuffs themselves, unless it's one that like reduces damage reduction and defense, it's probably not going to be enough to warrant using it. Okay, well that was a fun little intermission. Now for the thrilling gameplay of fishing. Which makes it possible to do a full run through the game that only only using weapons that inflict Shadow Flame. So do you mean if you use like lava to kill the goblins? Because I guess you would have to still kill some goblins. But lava works for that. I mean, I use lava in my boss drops only run, so... That would be an interesting playthrough though. Having to go against the wall of flesh using the Dark Lance. I would assume you would use that instead of the Plasma Rod. I bet you my my line's gonna end up breaking once I get the Reaver Shark on it. Yeah, lava or just a boulder. Yeah, either works, I guess. I mean, I don't enjoy using strategies like that, but for some, it's the only way you can do it. Moonlord with Shadow Flame Bow. Yeah, not great. Goldenrod line can't break. I never knew that. That's really interesting. So you don't need to use the accessory, the hard fishing line accessory with it. Very interesting. Does it say that on its tooltip? Yeah, fishing line will never break. I guess I've just never read that before. Never been interested enough in what the tooltip is. I will say it feels a little cheaty that Calamity gives you the golden fishing rod so easily. Like, usually you would have to do a few hours of quests to get this. Even with sleeping between them. You need to kill a Skeletron with a Plasma Rod, and Skeletron can't get inflicted with Shadow Flame. That's reasonably funny, yeah. A little bit of trolling from the game there. If I end up missing the Reaver Shark because I'm reading chat, I'm gonna be a little embarrassed. Is there a mod that allows Inferno multiplayer? I don't know. I didn't know that you couldn't play Inferno multiplayer, or is it just that it's not recommended because of how buggy it is? Calamity fishing is overall very fun. I did a full run where everything I used from armor, weapons and accessories had to come from fishing. I got to Providence. It's pretty good, yeah. I mean, what can you use at that point? Like, you've not got many options there. But back then I wasn't good enough to actually beat her, so I'll redo that run soon. Yeah, what annoys me about a lot of the fishing runs that people do in vanilla is that they'll allow anything from fishing. So like if they fish up an ore, they'll allow the use of that ore. Where it feels like it should be stuff that you can only get from fishing. If there was some armor that you were only able to get from fishing but used ore, that would be fine. Like I would say that, well, Fathom Swarmer, do you need to fish for Fathom Swarmer armor? I think you can get everything from that without it actually, but Yeah. At least in vanilla, it feels like, you know, you should be using angler armor for it. Because fin wings are probably good enough to get you until the end of the game. How many hours do I have on this game? Oh, Bone Reaper. Well, they were saying they have 6,000 hours, so that's a lot more than I have. I think I'm about 2,000 between both vanilla and modded. Slightly more on modded. There we go, Reaver Shark. Got a bit left on my sonar as well, so I might go and do some fishing underground before finishing up. I think this is still going to count as surface, but oh well. Why am I mining with this? I should be mining with this. Calamity adds fishing progression from crates after Providence too. Yeah, it's much better set to do a fishing only run in Calamity than it is in vanilla. I mean, you can even get auric ore from crates, but I don't know if you could make auric bars, I guess, because you still need the yarn drop, which wouldn't be fishing only. I have zero problems with the use of ores in crates, since that's the reason you can get full astral armor from fishing. Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with it for Calamity. I think it's just for vanilla, it feels a bit kind of not cheaty necessarily, but it feels a bit too easy if you're then using like titanium armor because you fished it out of a crate, and it's supposed to be like this challenge. Like, oh, I'm going to use a titanium sword and titanium armor because I fished it up. Like, in vanilla, at least, that just feels uninteresting, I would say, is probably the best word to describe it. Right, let's see what we get in our crates. Quick Tsunami. Hasty. Well, quick is better than hasty. But warding is better than quick. Frog leg I will take. Okay, and the last thing I will do is let's head up to the main planetoid. You have a total of 13,500 hours. Wow. I thought I'd played a lot. Yeah, are you like a professional Terraria player at that point? Like, surely if someone can be described as professional, it would be you. Well, your best armor is astral armor and your best weapons are bloodstone core weapons in Calamity, which is totally doable, though very hard. Yeah, I mean, astral armor as a, like, all-rounder armor is one of the best in the game, I guess, because most of the ones that come after are all class specific, so... That's what I was looking for. Nice. May as well use the remainder of the gravity potion though. But I will drop this stuff off first. Otherwise it will fill up my inventory. Keep those to use in the next part. Infernum quote unquote works in multiplayer, but I would never recommend it. The bosses are very unfair as the patterns are meant for one person to be able to dodge them. Yeah, I mean, multiplayer Terraria is one of like the best things you can do on multiplayer, but I'd say multiplayer Calamity / Infernum is probably one of the worst things you can do. It's just not built for it. Which is a shame. Just managed to get that before the gravity potion ran out. Oh, and a balloon as well, so that's everything we need for a full horseshoe balloon. Perfect. I'm probably going to want to get a sandstorm and balloon. Can I make that anvil? Yeah, I can make that in the next part. But for now, I am afraid that will be all. Thank you all for tuning into the stream, especially those of you who were chatting in the comments. Yeah, I wish you all the best. I'll see you guys later.